All right. Hey, everybody. I am just getting set up here. Bear with me just a second. What a pain in the butt this has been getting on. I've been trying for 15 minutes. I've had to reset 4 different passwords. YouTube, freaking YouTube, locked me out. Oh, what a mess. All right. We are going to have plenty of trolls tonight. So let me ask any moderators that pop in, just ban these suckers, knock them out when they come in, because I'm already seeing a bunch of Russian language accounts coming in, already trying to disrupt things. All right, so we are going to be talking tonight about all of this craziness going on. How's everybody doing out there? Can you hear me okay? Volume all right? All right. Here's what I'm going to do. First of all, this is just happening as we speak. Let me start reading to you some of the reports that I'm seeing in social media as time goes on throughout the broadcast. I will try and share with you some of the information that I've been giving throughout the day. First of all, the latest, if I can just skim through some of this that I'm seeing on a couple different places. Massive explosions rock Kharkiv. Let me bring up Google Earth here for you and show you. Okay, so we're looking at Ukraine, and up here, this is Kharkiv. This side of the border is Russia. This, of course, is Ukraine. Over here, this area, there's no official border, but this from Mariupol up to about here, this is the Donbass region that back in 2014 split into two independent people's republics. You've got the Donetsk Oblast here, with Donetsk as the main city, and then you've got the Luhansk People's Republic up here, this oblast with Luhansk. So if we go up just outside of that, Kharkiv, we have seen, or I've been posting a lot of massive Russian buildup along the border here around Belgorod, Russia. And Kharkiv is taking massive hits right now. Big explosions. This is the second largest city in Ukraine. It has about 1.5 million inhabitants. Then over here, of course, is the capital, Kiev. So I'm going to show you some charts here in a little while after I read through some stuff. Let me tell you first where the big buildups are. So Crimea down here back in 2014 was annexed by Russia and is now part of Russia. Big naval base there. Lots and lots of troops here. Then we had a big buildup over here, Rostov-on-Don. Lots of Russian forces that have been pouring into the Donbass since yesterday. And then we had one big army here, and then two along here. That's on this side. And then up here we have, and I'll have to give you, I put it all in my notes, which armies, which battalions and so forth we've got. But one here. You know what? Can you see hopefully you can see my cursor there. So one here, one up here, coming from Belarus and from Russia. And these are the ones that are poised to come down to Kiev. Then over here in this part of Belarus, there's also a large number of Russian forces and then others scattered throughout. So they have been building up. And I will show you the game plan that at least the way I map it, the way I anticipate the attack is going to go, depending on the what all is in Putin's brain. But let me go back to just reading you the latest updates. Massive explosions rock Kharkiv, reported 5 minutes ago. 7 minutes ago, explosions reported in the city of Boryspil, Ukraine. Explosions, missiles, and tracers visible on the Kharkiv live cam. Let me see which there's no link to that. Explosions heard at the Odessa airport, which is down between Crimea and Rostov-on-Don. It's on the northern coastline of the Sea of Azov. Explosions heard in Kiev. Kramatorsk is being attacked. Putin, about half an hour ago, put out a statement saying that NATO has crossed a red line and declared a military operation against Ukraine. And let me show you here let me go to, let me pull up Twitter. So I have been posting on Twitter all day long. And about an hour ago, it started clicking. And so I said, I'm watching for cruise missiles at this point. Because one of the things that started happening was I was listening to a radio feed from Ukraine with updates going on, and it went dead. And that could have been from too many people. Somehow, that didn't make any sense to me. The transmission was cut. And that followed just a little while before that. I had posted about Russia issuing NOTAMs, basically establishing no-fly zone over... What? I keep getting kicked out. Here, let me... I'm using a Tor browser for that. Give me a second. Let me see if I can get signed back in. I may have to. Normally, I don't sign in to anything on my when I'm using Tor. All right, should be back up. So I was talking about these NOTAMs. Russia issued several NOTAMs the last few hours, closing off Ukraine airspace to civilian flights. In the last 10 minutes, an Israeli airliner made an abrupt U-turn to depart Ukraine. U.S. Air Force is doing recon near Donbass using an RQ-4B Global Hawk drone. And I was following that on flight radar over here, this Forte 12. And then very quickly after these NOTAMs were issued, the airspace shut down. And you could see here that within Ukraine's airspace, there were only 2 planes in the air. One was that drone, the reconnaissance drone, that was flying over here around Donetsk, Luhansk to try and get intel on troop movements over there. And then there was this tiny jet that, well, it wasn't real tiny, maybe about 20 passenger jet that was landing quickly in Kiev. And that was it. So when you see that, back during the strikes on Syria, the cruise missile strikes, when having learned from that when these no-fly orders go up in the midst of hostilities, it could be nothing, but it's enough to where I said I'm watching for cruise missiles because it looked like it was getting ready to happen. Seeing several reports now of M270 multiple launch rocket system shelling of Ukrainian forces in and around Mariupol and Sartana. Could be a psyop disinfo, but I'm also listening to audio clips, could be real. Then blackouts started hitting Ukraine, no-fly zones imposed, reports of Ukrainian forces being hit with artillery. And that really told me, all right, I got to get on. I got to get on and start reporting this live. Yeah, I was listening earlier to the. Sorry, let me bring my webcam back up. I was listening to Russian strategic bomber voice, which is on 8131 kilohertz. And you could hear the aircraft passing short figure messages to ground control, big pickup in activity. Like, this is it. This is it. So we're going to go through and look at some of this. Now, you're just going to have to bear with me because I'm learning some of these details just along with you guys. Massive fire on the Mariupol front as Russian forces targeted the front line with a massive grad barrage. Let me see if I can get the audio on that. Yeah, bear with me. I'm going to bring Twitter back up because I think there's a Twitter feed here. All right, I'll restart this. So you can see a little bit there. Give me a second. Let me look for some more. I've also got, I'm checking my phone because I'm getting messages. I had been trying to get in contact with some of my people in Donbass that feed me information, but it's, 3 a.m. over there. But anyway, I'm anticipating some feedback. Give me a second. I'm going to go through some of my data over here and tell you what I'm seeing. A statement from Biden was just put out. President Putin has chosen a premeditated war that will bring a catastrophic loss of life and human suffering. Russia alone is responsible for the death and destruction this attack will bring. Well, sorry, but it's just bullcrap. Certainly Putin is responsible for what he's doing. But the way that Biden has tried to absolve himself of any blame for anything that's going on is ridiculous. If you go back to 2014, back when we had Assistant Secretary of State Victoria Nuland was in contact with the United States ambassador to Ukraine, and they're coordinating back and forth while the CIA is actively trying to overthrow the government of Ukraine. Remember, President Yanukovych was the leader of Ukraine at that time. Yanukovych was from the Donbass region, and he got in there, I think it was around 2000, I can't remember when it was. It was after 2004. It wasn't the 2004 election because that was an Orange Revolution. But you've got Yanukovych in there, who is definitely a puppet of Russia. None of these Ukrainian presidents, until maybe Zelensky, none of these Ukrainian presidents are independent people. They are tools, puppets of one side or the other, the West versus the East. And so you had a string of these Western-backed puppets, and then you get Yanukovych in there. Now, if you go over to the Donbass region, which is the the right side, or over on the right side, the east coast of Ukraine, the Donbass region has a very large ethnic Russian population. In the Donetsk Oblast, in that region, 75% of the people, their primary language is Russian. And then Luhansk, which is above it, their primary language is Russian, or 68%. So you've got 75%, 68%. So the CIA goes in, they overthrow Yanukovych. And Victoria Nuland is caught in a phone call, which gets leaked. And in this phone call, she and the ambassador to Ukraine are talking about which people they want to run the new government after the CIA coup is successful. So the United States is pouring $1 million a day. And this is not conspiracy theory. The United States admits this. The United States is pouring $1 million every single day into the opposition groups on the ground. A lot of these are neo-Nazi groups, ultra-nationalists, fascist groups trying to overthrow the government in Kiev. In that phone call, she's talking about how Vice President Joe Biden and his vice presidential national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, were going to come in and cheer on these opposition groups on the ground, that they were going to come to Kiev and basically be cheerleaders for this. And of course, Biden now is the president, and Jake Sullivan is now the U.S. national security advisor. So the same team that was previously trying to overthrow Ukraine, and successfully did overthrow Ukraine, which kicked off the 2014 war with Donbass, and has killed over something like 14,000 people, many of them civilians. Biden is directly responsible for that. He overthrew the government. That is exactly what precipitated the Donbass region saying, screw this. It was a democratic election. We chose Yanukovych. He's the guy that we, the people of Ukraine, voted into office. The West comes in, overthrows this guy, puts in a puppet, Poroshenko, I think it was, pro-West guy, trying to flip Ukraine against Russia into the waiting arms of NATO and the European Union, the World Bank, the whole New World Order system. And they secede. They say, screw this. The people down in Crimea have they vote. They have a referendum. Over 95% of the people say, we want Russia to annex us, which Russia does. The people in the Donbass region didn't go so far as to say we want to be annexed, but they did say we want some help. And Russia has been helping them fight off the Ukrainian military ever since. It's been an 8-year civil war. So with all of this death, all of this destruction, for Biden to turn around and say, this is 100% Vladimir Putin, it's propaganda. Completely washing his own hands of any involvement in this. So people are going to die. A lot of people are going to die. And Biden shares in the blame here. Can't say he's completely to blame. You can't say Putin's completely to blame. You see, the problem for Ukraine, the crux of the whole argument, is that after the Soviet Union fell, the Western oligarchs went in here and started eating up all the resources of Ukraine. And it has been an absolute horror fest of corruption ever since. And America never cared about the corruption because it was the Western oligarchs, the Anglo-American oligarchs, who were benefiting from all of this financial rape of the country. The only time that they started caring about corruption in Ukraine was when Russia got back on its feet, because Putin got in there and started saying, you know what, we are not going to let you flip Ukraine the way that you've done to all of these other former Soviet states. You're not going to have NATO come in and put ballistic missiles on our doorstep in Ukraine the way that you did in these other countries. And it's been a fight ever since. And over the years, there has been effort after effort after effort after effort by Russia to say, look, we're not out to take over Ukraine, but they are our next door neighbor. And until the last 30 years ago, Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union. Culturally, language, historically, we are tied to these people. And just like the United States has the Monroe Doctrine that says, hey, North and South America are off limits to any kind of interference from Europe. If anyone from over there comes over here and even messes down in Central or South America, according to the Monroe Doctrine, we will consider this extremely serious, and we will beat the hell out of you if we have to drive you away. And yet, and we've seen what the United States does when, heaven forbid, finally, the Soviets put some nukes in Cuba and gave us a taste of our own medicine. I mean, it's scary as hell. I wasn't alive yet, but I've heard from my parents what how terrified the country was that this is it. Things settled down. They pulled the missiles out of Cuba. The United States pulled back some of its arms that it had in Europe, and things went kind of calm for a while. Well, Putin has said, Ukraine, you've put all these missiles in all around here. Clearly, you're trying to flip Ukraine and do the same thing, pull them into NATO. I'm not going to let that happen because it's basically the death of Russia if you do this. And so he has been. I've got the speeches here. This one's Zelensky. Vladimir Putin, 2021, February 2021. July 2021. These are very, very long speeches that he gives arguing the position of Russia on the matter of its own security. And these are extremely reasonable. We can debate his historical interpretation of whether Ukrainians are actually Russians or any of that, set that aside. The basic idea of trying to shore up security for Russia by not letting Ukraine turn into a chess piece for NATO, it's very reasonable. And so over a month ago, I did a video addressing this, and the West is saying, oh, invasion is imminent, invasion is imminent. I said, absolutely not. It's not imminent. It doesn't have to be imminent. But there is a 1 month window. And if in that 1 month, Putin cannot persuade the West to come to the negotiating table in good faith and begin to discuss how to resolve the problems, and specifically what Putin was asking for is, one, to guarantee in writing, legally binding, that the West would not bring Ukraine into NATO. That was the first thing. Second thing was, you got to start pulling back some of these missiles that you've got on our front porch. Reasonable. The same stuff that we would say if the role was reversed. So he had a one month window there. But Putin did this over about 9 months ago. He basically kind of bluffed to see if the West would respond. And the West said, screw you. And they called his bluff. And they were able to call his bluff because while he had mobilized some troops, he had maybe 70 to 90,000 troops around there, around the border. He didn't have things like field hospital units, blood supplies, all of these things that if you were really going to war, you would have put in place. He didn't do it. So they knew he was bluffing. So this time around, he put it all in place. And the West knew that this time he was serious. So for them to completely refuse to negotiate whatsoever with him on this, it was a guarantee that he was going to attack. And I even said in that January report I did on this. I did a couple reports. And I said, what did I say? I said the end of February, early March is when he'll act. That is when he will invade if he's going to invade. And if I know that, that the leaders know this, but they just would not do it. They were willing to sacrifice Ukraine. And all throughout this last month, that's basically what President Zelensky has been saying. I like Zelensky okay. Zelensky's kind of in the middle. He's not hardcore pro-Russian. He's not hardcore pro-West. He's kind of somewhere in between. That's why the people elected him. But he's been saying, look, West, look, America, stop fanning the flames. Stop making things worse. Please come in and start negotiating. None of them would do it. They pressured him. He bent the knee to his, the people in the West, telling him, no, play hardcore. Play hardcore. Don't worry. We're going to give you a whole bunch of weapons. Don't worry. We'll stand behind you. We'll prop you up. Well, the devil does not support his own. And I think that the West knew that he was going to take Ukraine. And they couldn't do anything about it, so why not just go ahead and roll the dice and see if you can call his bluff and see how it turns out? Well, the ineptitude of Joe Biden is stunning, stunning how dumb he is in his handling of this. Just hard to imagine anybody mishandling this. Now, the reason that Biden has not and will not truly take a hardcore stand against Putin in this is because we don't want to completely sever our ties with Russia. The reason for that is that the people who are the true threat to America right now is not Russia, it's China. Biden knows it. I told you guys back when Trump was still president, I said, when Biden wins, we're going to see a big geopolitical shift in priorities. He's going to pull us out of the Middle East. He's going to pull back from Syria. He's going to pull back from Afghanistan. He's going to pivot toward trying to prop up Ukraine. But the big boogeyman is going to be China. And it is. China is on the ascent militarily, economically. They are the true threat. And the sad fact is, Europe is in rapid decline, much faster than even the United States is. And the only way that we will be able to survive China's growing power is if we stand as a block of, stand in solidarity. But they can't do it without Russia. And Biden knows that. Biden knows that you need Russia. And so he's been kind of passive. In fact, it was Biden a month ago, or less than a month ago, who said, if it's a small-scale invasion of Ukraine, we're not going to really do anything. Because he knew, at the very least, Putin was going to go in and take Donbass. Just unbelievable. Unbelievable how dumb this guy is. Give me a second. Let me look at the latest here. Yeah, big explosions hitting Mariupol. Putin and Lukashenko had a phone call. Several explosions heard in Dnipro. Let's see if I can go ahead and show you here. I'll bring Twitter back up. And I'll show you how what I posted earlier today about how this is going to play out. If you're not already following me on Twitter, you're missing out. Morphonios, twitter.com/Morphonios, Morphonios. Okay, I said the first move was going to be Russian forces moving from Belgorod to Kharkiv. I put up some satellite footage showing, here's where they're massed. This is what's going on. I posted some information on the 205th Separate Motorized Rifle Cossack Brigade leaving Russia, getting, I think there were two S1s were the kind of tank this was. I said 9 hours ago, if this is a bluff, he's doing a damn good job. Satellite imagery confirms Russian convoys crossing the border into the Donbass. Showed here exactly the coordinates where this was happening. All the signs were there that he was getting ready to take action. So I spent part of today collecting as much open source intelligence as I could, putting together some maps so I could show you the deployments around Ukraine. Phase one of this, of the way I said this is going to play out, phase one would be him moving into Donbass, and that started yesterday. Phase two, and this is just to give you an idea. You can go in there to Twitter and look at all the details close up if you want to. But for example, 50 down in Crimea, they've got 12 to 17 battalion tactical groups as part of the 58th Combined Arms Army. And this would be the 19th, 20th, 42nd, 136th Guards Motor Rifle Division, the 336th and the 810th Guards Naval Infantry Brigade, the 7th GLD, 126 CB. From here, phase two would be the forces from Crimea going up to Dnipro. And let me pull up a map showing, I did all of these moves individually, but here you can see all of it together. This would be down in Crimea. Well, actually, phase one is over there on the right. That's the forces from Rostov-on-Don moving in to the Donbass, which I colored in that purple color. Okay, that's phase one in red. Phase two are the yellow areas. This would be the army, the 58th Combined Arms Army from Crimea, moving up toward Dnipro at the same time that the forces that are on the Russian side of the border outside of Kharkiv, as they moved in, they'd roll through Kharkiv, they'd go down to Dnipro, and some forces from the Donbass would move in. At the same time, you'd have forces from there in southern Belarus. Those armies would come down and hit Kiev. Stage three is after they have they've taken control of Dnipro. They'd rush west to Vinnytsia, because that's where the Air Force Command, Ukrainian Air Force Command, is located there, and also down in Odessa. So you can see the movements here. Now, before any of this can take place, as the opening salvos, you have to have massive bombardments. You start out with the shock and awe, with the cruise missile strikes, with any of the cyber attacks, take out their electricity, take out their communication systems, whatever you can jam, whatever you can knock out. Shock and awe. Hit them with the missiles, hit them with the airstrikes, and then move in. Now, I don't know yet if they have moved in. I need to keep watching here and see. If any ground forces are moving in yet. With everything cut off in Ukraine right now, with the electricity and the internet jammed, it's a little bit slow getting news out of there. Explosions in Kakhovka. More explosions in Mariupol. All right. Let me pull up some of my open source lists and take a look and see if I can see what the latest is. 2 Ukrainian TB2s have been shot down by Russian air defense systems on the Kharkov front. All right, let me check that. Biden warns of catastrophic loss of life. I don't care what Biden has to say. I'm waiting to hear from my people. Amphibious landing ships of the Baltic Fleet of the Russian Navy, as well as their counterparts from the Black Sea Fleet, are approaching the coastal city of Odessa in Ukraine. They have hundreds of Russian Marines and their armored personnel carriers and tanks on board. All right, let me... I'm going to switch back over to my Twitter screen so I can show you guys some of this as I come across any Twitter stuff. People leaving Kiev en masse. Highways are starting to fill. So you can see there in the capital of Ukraine, people fleeing the city, or at least going home. I don't know if they're fleeing the city. They're out there. Let's see. What else have we got here that I can show you? Yep, U.S. officials are looking at a potential amphibious... This is Fox News reporting. U.S. officials looking at potential amphibious landing by Russian forces in Odessa. Ukraine's Interior Ministry confirms that Kiev is under attack from cruise and ballistic missiles. That is huge, folks. That is a big deal. That means this is not... He's not just taking Donbass. I mean, he's attacking Kiev with cruise missiles, and they're saying ballistic missiles. I don't know, but a ballistic missile is the missile component that carries some kind of warhead. So anyway, big. This is a big invasion. Big invasion. In the east, a flash, a few seconds, then a sound of a distant explosion. Before that, the sound of a flying plane. This is a rough translation. Wider view of the Kharkiv internet, you can see it's all flat. Has knocked out the internet there in Kharkiv. Reports of strikes on Vasilkiv Air Base southwest of Kiev. You know, let me do this. I think this will make it easier for you to see some of the information I'm seeing. On Twitter, I keep dozens of dozens of lists of people I follow. Russia deployed. Now, keep in mind, not all of this stuff is confirmed. A lot of this is, it's fluid. People don't. The fog of war. Not everything here is accurate. These are not firsthand witnesses. Most of this, some of it is, but these are not the kind of sources that I rely on. This is just social media stuff. The sources I rely on are the people I can talk to, the people on the ground who see things, and I can get it directly from them. Russia deployed 10 ships to the Sea of Azov a few days ago, including 3 landing ships. They could have also sent landing craft. That means they could only conduct a small amphibious landing in Mariupol, but it could be supported by helicopter air assault. That's in response to Marco Rubio saying Russia's airborne forces are attempting to take control of the airport in Kiev so they can fly in forces to occupy the capital city. An amphibious assault on the key port city of Mariupol is now underway, and ground forces now moving in from Belarus, Crimea, and from Russia. So, in other words, if you had looked at the charts that I put up earlier today, it's playing out exactly as I was saying. That's why you need to follow Blackstone News. No audio here. This is Mariupol. Loud sounds of what could be longer range missile launches in Belgorod, Russia. Yeah, so they're launching from the Russian side. City of Dnipro is under attack. Ooh. These Iskander ballistic missiles. That's what it is. Oh my goodness. Iskander missiles are these. Let's see if you can see. So they're on these carriers. They come in. They've got separate components. You've got the one with the missile launcher, goes up like this, monster-sized ballistic missile, and then you have separately you've got mobile units that are for targeting and also defense. They pop these things off. These Iskander missiles those are monsters, and so that's what the ballistic missile strikes are from. One of the targets is the airport where Ukraine Air Force usually has around 6 MiG-29 fighter interceptors and 4 Su-25 ground attack aircraft on deployment. All right. Yeah, more views of people leaving Kiev. Continuous gunfire now at Borispil Airport, Ukraine's capital. Must be ground forces moving in. Let's see, we saw that stuff. Russian armed forces have seized several checkpoints on the Ukraine-Russian border in the Sumy region, which is up above Kharkiv. U.S. forces looking at a potential amphibious landing in Odessa. Laura Ingraham calls Zelensky plea for Russia not to invade his country earlier today a pathetic display as Ukraine is under attack. Russia targeted key Ukrainian airfields east to line Kiev, Odessa with tactical missiles. Now reports about aviation. Let's see what else. Frickin' Donald Trump still blaming this whole thing on a rigged election. What a dumbass. All right. Sorry. Shelling, heavy fighting being reported in the Chernobyl exclusion zone near the Belarusian border. Shut up, NATO. We don't care what you have to say. Reporting from Sloviansk, Ukraine, was jolted from bed by two large booms that appeared to come from the vicinity of nearby Kramatorsk. They sounded at almost the instant that Vladimir Putin announced that the invasion had begun. Quiet now, except for the roosters. I think we saw this one earlier in Dnipro. Russian air defense intercepting a Ukrainian drone is what this one says. Folks, we've only got 1,200 people watching. I've got almost 200,000 subscribers. This is a huge story. So if you have not already hit the thumbs up, do it. Help me boost this in the rankings. Let's get some people watching this. I don't get paid a penny for this because it's all demonetized. So hit the thumbs up. That's the least you can do to help boost this so we can get more people watching. It's only 11 o'clock Eastern time. There should be... I need you to help me, fight against this suppressive algorithm. Let's see. Dang it, I'll tell you, when it occurred to me a couple hours ago, when everything was in place, and it hit me that we're getting ready to see some cruise missile strikes and soften things up, and this is it. Really, I expected it, but still, it's terrible. It's terrible. Because as much as I can empathize with Russia's security concerns, they've got a valid point. Doggone it, we went over there and overthrew the Ukrainian government and put in a bunch of one-sided pro-Western goons to run the government. Still. It's the people on the ground, the regular people who take their kids to school, who go to work each day, who just want to enjoy their lives and be left alone. They are the ones suffering from this. They are stuck in between these two monster-sized forces, willing to step on their necks, willing to consider them collateral damage for their own corrupt ends. Those are the only people that I care about. That's the only side I cheer for in all of this. They're the only ones I care about. I don't give a damn about Vladimir Putin. I sure don't give a damn about the Western banking cartel that is ultimately responsible for all of this Western aggression. The only people that matter in this are the people who have no power to do anything about it. I mean, imagine being some someone just living in Ukraine, and this is what you're waking up to. Imagine the screams of the children from their bedrooms at the sound of missiles exploding. Russian troops have crossed into Kharkiv. Let's see what else. Makes you wonder where the Ukrainian military is in all this. They knew that this was coming. Reports of a Russian military plane being shot down on the Kharkiv front by Ukraine forces. We'll have to follow that, see if anything comes from that. Here's Dnipro. Dnipro. Ukrainian munitions facility is hit. That's what this is. That's why the explosion's so big. Reports circulating that the entire Ukrainian Navy has been destroyed in port, based in Odessa. Almost all air bases of Ukrainian Air Force are targeted by cruise missiles or are about to be across Ukraine. Kubakino Air Base near Odessa, where Su-25s of the 299th are based, as well as Vasilkiv in Kiev, are targeted. Ukraine says, when I was coming here an hour ago, I was intending to ask the Russian ambassador to confirm that the Russian troops will not start firing at Ukrainian today. It became useless because about 48 minutes ago, your president declared war on Ukraine. I'll tell you what, for all of the missile defense systems and everything that that the West supposedly sent to them, it sure was ineffective. Residents report an explosion. Oh yeah, this is close to that border.
Блять, пиздец. Не знаю, как вы, а я валить. Только что очень сильно бахнуло. Очень сильно. Вон взрыв и...
Near Belgorod.
Ой, всем стекла повыбивалось, всем. Это, если что, соседская хата горит. Ой, боже мой. Ой, всем стекла повыбивалось.
Tulsi Gabbard says this war and suffering could have easily been avoided if Biden administration and NATO had simply acknowledged Russia's legitimate security concerns regarding Ukraine's becoming a member of NATO, which would mean U.S. NATO forces right on Russia's border. She's absolutely right. She's absolutely right. Now, people are going to hate her guts for saying it, but she's right. I agree completely. This could have been avoided. This could have been avoided, but they kept pushing and pushing. I'll tell you a quick story. When I was a kid, I had an uncle who was 7 years older than me, and we were friends when before he went through very far through puberty. But he was my uncle. We were 7 years apart, and we were friends. But as he got older, and I continued to look up to him, but as he got older, he started becoming a bully. He became aggressive. And he used to do this. I'm very sensitive. Back when I was in martial arts, I always kept my hair cut short because nothing hurts more than having the back of my hair. If you're the lighter your hair, the more it hurts for some reason. But the back of my hair pulled up, and we did a lot of in martial arts. We trained to fight the way you would on the street, and so within reason in class, but anything goes. You can pull hair, you could kick in the nuts, anything went, because we weren't training for martial arts competitions. We were training to be able to take care of ourselves. But when I was 11, 10 or 11 years old, and he's like a 16, 17-year old, he used to walk by and just reach over and smack me across the face as he walked by. I was a small kid. And it bothered me a lot that, it didn't just hurt physically, but, you get over a slap in the face. But it was that my uncle, or this guy that I, really loved, was treating me this way. So it went on and it went on all one summer. And I kept saying, yeah, we had a cup on. That's right. We wore cups. But it went on all summer, and I kept telling him, like, you stop, I'm going to hit you back. And I'm going to hit you back. I'm going to hit you back. He never believed me. And one day he came along and he did it. He grabbed my hair from behind and jerked it up. And without thinking, I didn't plan this out. It was just a reaction. I balled up my fist and I punched him as hard as this is before martial arts. I punched him as hard as I could in the mouth. And his lip busted on his teeth. And it was bloody. And it scared me more than anything, because like, oh crap, what did I do? That was my first thought, was, dang it, I hurt my uncle. My second thought was when I saw his eyes go big and he looked at the blood on his hand and he looked up at me like, what just happened? And I saw that evil in his eyes, and I took off running, and I outran him. He didn't catch up to me. But that's what Putin has been saying to NATO, to the West, for years now, especially since 2014. You better stop. You better stop. You better stop. And like my jackass uncle, NATO, which is 75% United States troops, NATO continued to push and push and push. The Minsk agreements that were supposed to help bring peace between the Russian interests, the Donbass, and the rest of Ukraine, they just ignored it. They just ignored the agreements. USA kept saying, "Oh well, we're going to do this, we're going to do that." They'd give some verbal agreement, and then they would not abide by it. Trump pulled out of some of the long-standing missile agreements that had been in place since Reagan-Gorbachev in the 80s. Putin kept saying, you better knock it off. You better stop. It's coming. And I'm telling you, it's in his speeches. It was not a secret. It was not a secret that he kept saying, we cannot and will not tolerate this for much longer. My uncle deserved what he got. And the people of Ukraine don't deserve what they're getting. But the government of Ukraine sure does. You cannot abuse people. Especially a country like Russia that is no pushover. It's not like they're picking on Latvia or something. This is Russia. You don't get away with trying to bully Russia for too long. Sooner or later, they're going to stand up to you, and they have. And it's a shame that it had to come to this. Let's see what we got here. What else can I share with you? Latest. Russian troops enter Odessa, Mariupol, and Kharkiv. Powerful salvos of heavy artillery in... Where is this? I don't know where this is. They didn't give a location. Airstrike near Bakhmut. Russian state broadcaster RT just published Tucker Carlson's rant to defend Putin with Russian subtitles. I'm not going to, I'll bring it up here in a second, I guess, but I'm not going to play it because RT does a lot of copyright claims. I've gotten too many copyright infringement notices. Even if you use it as under fair use, you get hit. New open war in Europe. Putin has thrown Russia, Ukraine, and Europe into war. Mixed basis in speech. Defend Donbass. Prevent Ukraine from getting nuclear weapons and remove the neo-Nazis in Ukraine, pointing in the direction of both a limited and unfortunately major war. Translated from Danish, so it's a little bit funny. Let me bring up the screen again. Sorry about that. Novopetrivsky, a strong explosion. Attacks targeted Sumy.
База взорвалась.
Looks like that weapons depot explosion. Russian news network saying Russian troops have landed in Odessa and Mariupol. And yeah, a lot of reports coming in here. Amphibious landings occurring in Odessa, Sea of Azov, Russian forces moving toward Kharkiv. There's that Tucker Carlson thing. Russian military assault on Mariupol city. Russian Army and Marines on board the amphibious landing ships of Russian Navy have now landed in the shores of Mariupol and Odessa. They're moving toward the city centers to occupy them. Ukrainian army is trying to resist. So it is moving into, they softened them up, and it's moving into that ground phase that I shared with you earlier. Give me a second here. I'll show you again what to expect. Okay. So they're moving down into Kharkiv here, and also they are into phase 3. They hit Dnipro, and they've conducted the amphibious assault here in Odessa. The ground troops are now moving. They're going to move rapidly over and occupy Odessa. And also at this point, even though we haven't seen reports of it yet in social media, by this point, they are already going to be moving toward Vinnytsia. So that's where we're at. We'll watch for that. Watch for mention of these as we go through some of the social media stuff. Watch for mention of these in the reports of strikes on Ukrainian military targets in Dnipro, possibly the 25th and 93rd Ukrainian Brigade bases. Well, let's see. Did I have them on my scorecard? Let me give me a second here. Let me find. Let me see if I can find the data. Did I not post it for this one? No, that's Crimea. Maybe I didn't post it. I'm looking to see the. I had kind of put my fantasy football map together of the different Dnipro. Sorry, bear with me. All right, so they're talking about the possibly the 25th and 93rd. And I had up here the 25th. That would move down from Kharkiv, go through Kharkiv and hit Dnipro. Okay. So I don't know if that guy's speculating like me, but that's among the battalions that I was expecting to hit Dnipro. I kind of like it to see. I kind of like it when my predictions, I get to see them play out in real time. How big is Ukraine area-wise? It's pretty doggone big. It's huge. So if I back up here, other than going over here to Kazakhstan, we're talking about just Eastern Europe. It's the biggest land. It's the biggest nation land-wise outside of Russia itself. Someone asked for a recap, so here's what we've got. We've got Russian forces were over here along the Donbass, Russian forces down here in Crimea. Sorry, dang it, didn't make my screen go live. Here we go. Okay, so there's Ukraine. This is Russia. Of course, Russia's the largest. Kazakhstan's over here. But that's over in Asia. If we're talking about Europe, it's the Ukraine is the biggest landmass, biggest country. But anyway, so we had the Russian forces built up over here. Some of them moved into the Donbass starting yesterday. We had Russian forces down here in Crimea. We had Russian forces up here above Kharkiv, and we've got Russian forces that were here in southern Belarus. These guys are going to be, after they soften up Kiev enough, after they take out their the first strike, they'll move their ground forces in here. Over here, these forces have already crossed through Kharkiv. They've gone down to Dnipro, which is down here. and they are blitzing over to Venezia is where they're going to be going next. They're not saying it yet in social media, but that will be the next one. This is where the air command base is. That's what they're going to take out next. They probably already hit it with cruise missile strikes. And then Crimean forces are moving from over here to Odessa to supplement the amphibious, the Russian Navy forces that have landed here at Odessa and taking control of basically the Ukrainian Navy. This is where the Ukrainian Navy is based. And from every account I've seen so far, it has been wiped out. They didn't even get out of port. So now you've got ground fighting going on. And they're trying to take control here. So I guess that gives you a little bit of info there to catch you up. Give me a second. I'll bring up another screen in a moment. I am looking for some other social media sources so I can see what else I can get here. There's that, and one more. I'm glad they haven't knocked me off Twitter yet. I was afraid earlier today that since I was posting a lot of stuff that they might block me. They've done that to a handful of other people I saw today that had some intel. They were bumping them off, locking them out. All right, let me bring Twitter back up. Okay. And Belgorod, which is 40 kilometers from the border with Ukraine, residents also hear distant explosions. Canceled. The classes have been canceled in schools and kindergartens. Who would have thought? Who'd have thunk it? Ukraine closed airspace flights to Rostov-on-Don also stopped. Of course, this is not anything new. Ukrainian civilians and police officers in Kharkov taking refuge inside the metro. Okay. That we've seen. Rolling thunder heard almost every minute in Kiev. Let me check my stocks are dropping. U.S. futures dropping more than 2%. Oil topped $100 a barrel for the first time since 2014. All right, I am not seeing a whole lot here. These people are late to the game. This, what time is it now? It's 4 a.m. It's 2, 6. Yeah, this could be fairly new rather than from yesterday because the sun should be coming up now, around now. May already be up. This is allegedly a Russian missile hitting a civilian neighborhood in Kiev. I'll watch it one more time. And then the guy stopped. He got out of there fast. Pedro Silva says it's around 5. Andy C77 says it's 6:30 in Ukraine. Thanks for checking for me. I knew it was around dawn. I just wasn't sure the exact time. Large explosions in Kharkov. I feel so bad for these people. Zelensky summons the National Defense and Security Council. It is expected to impose nationwide martial law. Be aware there's also active disinformation campaign being waged by the Russians. Anything for Russian sources should be taken with a grain of salt. Yeah, I saw this today too. Another reason that I thought that things were getting ready to get going was around 3 p.m., 2 or 3 p.m. today, around 2 p.m. I remember now because I had to run out and pick up my son. I saw a quick shift in social media posts. There was a huge influx of what was clearly disinformation being put out, timed with some psyop activity. For example, earlier today, there was a lot of DDoS attacks, denial of service attacks against Ukraine's government websites, some of their banks and things like that. But among the things that also happened were, I don't know how the hackers did it, but they were able to send mass text messages to hundreds of Ukrainian soldiers, warning them to flee or be killed. Now, you wouldn't do something like that unless you were going to follow up with very shortly, like within the next 24 hours, 48 hours maybe, unless you were going to be following up with some serious action. Moving some equipment there.
Well, as I said, relinquish your duties as a chair. Call Putin, call Lavrov to stop aggression. And I welcome the decision of some members of this council to meet as soon as possible to consider the necessary decision that would condemn the aggression that you launch on my people. There is no purgatory for war criminals. They go straight to hell, Ambassador.
Woo! That's pretty good. Pretty good line.
I
wanted to say in conclusion that we aren't being aggressive against the Ukrainian people, but against the junta that is in power in Kiev. There are no more speakers on the list. This meeting is adjourned.
Zelensky is probably going to be taking off before too long. The U.S. intelligence had already been in contact with him yesterday, at least by yesterday, discussing plans to get him out of the country. This guy, I don't know who he is. Andy Skolik says Russian cruise and ballistic missile strikes against command and control centers, trying to take out Zelensky, the Minister of Defense, and the General Staff. Yeah, it's possible, but I don't think that Putin has anything against Zelensky, personally. Zelensky really did try and keep things balanced out compared to the typical hardcore pro-West puppet that they normally have in there. You know, I think Zelensky was about as good as Ukraine could have gotten at this phase in its history. Let's see here. Ukrainian citizens in many major cities across Ukraine currently being moved to underground train stations and bunkers to protect them from Russian missile and bomber strikes. Heavy shooting on the Ukrainian-Belarusian border. The problem with pushing additional Ukrainian forces east to confront Russian forces is that you have another massive Russian force sitting right to the north of you. They can swoop down from Belarus and seize your capital. It really, if I was a member of the Ukrainian military, I would be so disheartened because Putin just outplayed everybody. He checkmated them. No way Ukraine was going to win this one, especially when they saw that the West was, that the West didn't give a crap about them. Sure, yeah, the West would send in all of these, heavy weapons and all of this stuff. Germany sending in the helmets and some field hospital equipment. But did they offer to do anything significant to defend Ukraine? No. Ukraine was expendable. And the Ukrainians knew it. And that's a big reason why Zelensky was like, shut up. He basically told the West, either put up or shut up. You're the one trash talking Putin. You're the one getting him pissed off at us, more so than he already is. You're making things worse. Zelensky said, you are making it worse for us. And he was right. They must be slowing operations down a little bit because there's just not a whole lot here. Not a whole lot here going on. All right, let me go to some other sources and see what I can find. If you are not already subscribed to my channel, do it now. And if you think that you are subscribed to my channel, double check, because you might not be. Ooh. Oh, a major website has been taken down. Give me a second. Maybe I'll share with you what it is. Well, it might be back up. It's spotty. It's up and down. Let me refresh again. Oh, it's back down again. A live map, liveuamap.com is just one that's got some, news feed updates, and it's up and down right now. I don't know. This isn't based in Ukraine, so it could be a denial of service attack against the site, against the server. Try and knock the site offline because it's giving some intel. Yeah, there have been no updates for about half an hour. Error 520. All right, well, give me a minute. Let me see if I can pull up some other info source. Let me see if Flight Radar has anything here. The internet is running really slow for me right now. Whatever, do not consent. Close. No, I don't want your cookies. So this is live. This is a live look at air travel, commercial air travel primarily. Look at that. They're going nowhere near the bottom of Belarus, nowhere around Ukraine, nowhere around this part of Russia. These are just all these tabs are just the airports, different airports. Let me see if this is a. I don't know what that is. Here's the Forte 12. This is that drone that I was tracking earlier. Air Force drone made by military industrial complex giant Northrop Grumman. This is that Global Hawk that I was watching earlier. A reconnaissance drone goes up and takes video, sends it back to down here. Some of them that have no call signs, if there's something around here with no call sign, it could be military. I wouldn't expect to see much information right now, though, on it. So anyway, that's what that's what the air looks like right now in Europe. It's kind of interesting, huh? Let's see if there's any new updates I can share with you. Yeah, these are multiple launch rocket systems. I had posted some on Twitter about that just shortly before I decided to go live. Odessa.
Одесса.
All right. Ministry of Defense. Russia does not shell Ukrainian cities. Nothing threatens the civilian population of Ukraine. I assume that's some Russian statement that they're trying to avoid civilian areas is what I assume. Oh yeah, Russian Defense Ministry. There we go. The civilian population of Ukraine is not in danger. But, you know, there is going to be some collateral damage. You can't avoid it. Not with an operation this big. Kelly O'Donnell reporting that Biden is speaking with Zelensky right now. Yeah, he needs to get out of Kiev if he's still there. Russian grad barrage. From that multiple rocket launch system. CNN reports explosions are closing in on the city center of Kiev. Some of the, I hate to say it, but some of the most, today's war correspondents are not like they used to be. My grandfather was a war correspondent. Well, he was a Marine during World War II. But his job was to report. He was a war reporter, which is how he got his start. He came back and became an investigative journalist for the Miami News. But before that, he was a war journalist. But more and more, these war journalists with the corporate media, they have become kind of the equivalent of those weather reporters that get out there and in hurricanes and pretend like they're about to get blown over, like they're holding on for dear life, and oh my goodness, and then the camera pans back and you see normal people standing around and nothing's going on. You know, they fake for dramatic effect. And it's a shame because during wartime, information is so valuable, and reliable information has become harder and harder and harder to come by. Because they want to make everything more sensational than it is. But I mean, it's war. Just give us the information and stop screwing around. Let's see. I think we saw... Oh, maybe we didn't see this one earlier.
Вон летит самолет. Вы сейчас послушайте звук. Через закрытое окно. Полетел.
President Zelensky says, stay calm, stay at home. The army is doing its work. If by work he means the Ukrainian army is getting its ass handed to it, then yeah, it's doing its work really well. Reports starting to emerge that the Ukrainian port of Mariupol has fallen to Russian forces, still majorly unconfirmed.
Those missile strikes, the vibrations, obviously those attacks, those missile strikes coming in much closer. And here's the sort of news that we've got from your defense officials saying that this is now, and this is a quote I'm getting from the president's office at the moment, a full-blown nationwide attack with military infrastructure that is being attacked nationwide. So the emphasis being on the military infrastructure that they say is coming under attack. We've also spoken to, again, our contact at the Interior Ministry, an Interior Ministry official, saying that across the country, as a result of these attacks, there are hundreds of casualties. Now, we don't know how many of those people are dead, how many are injured, or whether that figure is accurate, but we do know that the Interior Ministry of Ukraine is putting the number of casualties so far in this nationwide assault, missile assault at this stage for the most part, in the hundreds, which is, you know, I mean, incredibly alarming. Obviously, if it's indeed accurate. But I can tell you, we've heard about 18, 19 salvos of cruise missile attacks in just this city, in the capital Kiev, within the past hour or so, since we've been talking to you here on CNN. And those attacks have been focused on, it seems, the air infrastructure here. There may have been other locations targeted as well, but definitely a couple of airports have been targeted.
All right, so what they're saying is it's still a limited incursion, meaning they're still in the early stages of hitting the military targets around the country to try and take out the military, to make it easier, safer for the Russian ground forces to move in. So limited movement from the ground forces is what it sounds like at this point. It would be nice to be able to say that, well, this is it. He's just sending a message. Putin is just sending a message. He's not actually going to go in and try and occupy Ukraine. I wish that were true, but it doesn't make sense. That argument doesn't make sense because, he has started a war. He kicked off a war. They can quickly rebuild a lot of this military infrastructure that's being damaged. Remember when Trump hit Syria those different times with the cruise missile strikes, took out airfields, stuff like that. It was a day or two. They had patched the holes and they were flying jets out of them again. So there's really no advantage to Putin doing this unless he intends to follow up with the full ground invasion. Zelensky preparing to give a speech to the United Nations very soon. There goes a cruise missile.
Полетела. У мене тут дома літають ракети. Вон. Полетела. У мене тут дома літають ракети. Вон.
This one here is, there's a lot of propaganda. In fact, Euromaidan PR is one of the biggest pro-Ukrainian propaganda outlets. Their stuff is very, very unreliable. Their stuff kind of reminds me of Baghdad Bob, if you remember him. Probably you youngsters aren't old enough to remember Baghdad Bob. Back during the opening shock and awe in 2003 against Iraq, when we went to war with Iraq, Baghdad Bob was the spokesman for the Iraqi government, and the stuff he would come out and say was just hilarious, unbelievable. He was talking about broadcasting to the Iraqi people, don't worry, the Iraqi Republican Guard is fighting off the Americans. The American troops are losing so badly they're committing suicide in the streets, and Iraq was just getting decimated. And anyway, that's what this Euromaidan reminds me of. Maybe not that bad. Certainly not as entertaining. But anyway. Oh, Bogora Precision says Baghdad Bob is alive and he lives in Dubai now. Have to get his autograph. Ukraine's Interior Ministry confirms missiles have just struck at the center of the military administration airfields, military depots in Kiev, Kharkiv, and Dnipro. Also, artillery shelling at border areas. Ukraine asked Russia why Russia is permitted to remain in the United Nations in light of Putin's declaration of war just 48 minutes ago. All right, let me see if there's anything new on this list here. Oh, here we go. Let's listen to him.
Вранці президент Путін оголосив проведення спеціальної військової операції на Донбасі. Росія здійснила удари по нашій військовій інфраструктурі.
Never mind. I don't speak Ukrainian. But anyway, this is President Zelensky. He says, "We are working. The army is working. Don't panic. We are strong. We are ready for everything. We will defeat everyone because we are Ukraine." Yeah, nice platitude. Nice platitude. But, and kudos to him for trying to keep the people calm, trying to comfort them or reassure the people. Good for him for trying to do it. I guess that's a lot better than panicking or doing something stupid like telling the people to take up arms and go try and fight off the Russians, because they'd get absolutely massacred. Zelensky is a comedian. Like, seriously, he was a comedian on television. That's his only claim to fame. He has zero political experience. He played on television. Zelensky was a guy who was a school teacher, and on this sitcom that he was on, I can't remember the name of it, but on the sitcom, Zelensky played a public school teacher who's pissed off at government corruption or whatever there in Ukraine, and he goes on a rant. Well, somebody records this school teacher ranting about the government and how it needs to be fixed, and it gets posted on social media and goes viral, and then people rally around this teacher and say, you know what, you need to be our president of the country. And so they form a political party and they get the actor, elected as president. And then the TV show is, the shenanigans that follows a school teacher becoming, president of Ukraine. Well, after years of corruption from left and right, or from east and west politicians, this is exactly what the people of Ukraine did. They said, you know what? Let's form a party. Let's recruit this guy, Zelensky, the comedian, and let's make him the president of Ukraine. And so they ran him as a candidate, and he won. Because he was kind of in between, he was fairly neutral. He won. Another cruise missile.
Oh, fuck, that's a missile, that's a missile! That's a fucking missile! That was one of those, like, holy shit! Russia has declared war on Ukraine. As soon as the declaration...
And there goes a missile. Russian forces on the move toward Odessa. Okay. Russian air and missile strikes are being reported across the country of Moldova from sources on the ground, including the capital city of, however you say it, Chisinau. What? I don't... That would surprise me. I would be surprised by this. Let's pull up Google Earth. Let me show you. Moldova is just over there. This may be fog of war, bad info, but it's possible. Let's take a look. So you've got Odessa down here. Here is Moldova, the country of Moldova, and there's the capital. So it's not real far away. It's possible that they think they're under attack. It's possible that missiles, that a missile or two have gone astray or something and hit over here and makes the people of Moldova think they're under attack. We'll have to watch for that in social media to see if there's any more information on that. Eventually, I think that Putin will absorb Belarus again. Here's the problem, though. We have U.S. troops in Estonia. We've got U.S. troops in Latvia and Lithuania. This little piece right here, this is actually Russian territory right there. Then you've got Poland. And, of course, we've got just thousands of U.S. troops in Poland. We've got U.S. forces in Slovakia, in Hungary. This is kind of all of this is a NATO wall. NATO members throughout here. I honestly can't remember if Moldova is one of the 30 members of NATO or not. If it is, if Moldova is, will somebody out there in the chat, will you look up if Moldova is part of NATO? Because things will take a completely different track if Putin hits any... Okay, it's not a member of NATO, is what Rainer Wilhelm says. All right, several people now confirming not NATO. Okay, good. Because if Putin was to hit a country, a NATO country, you know what that does. That triggers the Article 5 compact, military compact, where NATO, all of the 30 NATO members are required by their agreement to join in together and attack. That would be World War III. If Putin was to hit a NATO nation, it'd be World War III. Since Moldova is not part of NATO, perhaps there's not a whole lot of strategic importance to Moldova, as far as I can tell. I'm no Moldova expert or anything, but wouldn't be real hard to take it over. But let's go back to. Let me go back to. Give me a second here. Let me go back to Twitter. And let's see if there's anything about Moldova. Okay, Russian President Putin says Russia has no plans to take over Ukraine. All right, what's the latest on Moldova? Okay, sounds of explosions in Moldova. Reportedly explosions from Ukraine, not in Moldova. Yeah. So that's my thought, is that it's very unlikely that Putin has tried to hit Moldova. That's why I'm saying in conditions like this, in the fog of war, there's innocent mistakes are made in people trying to figure out what's going on. And one of the things, and I won't talk a lot about this tonight, but I've been doing a lot more reading. I've talked about the Nord Stream pipeline in the past, and I've got a lot of. This is all material here. This is 21 pages of research that I've done, that I've typed up on the the pipeline wars. And it's a big mess, and I hope I'll do a short video on it in the next couple days probably. But that's one of the reasons for all of this, is competition between the East and the West for control of the European natural gas market. That to circumvent Ukraine, Russia formed a deal with Germany to build the Nord Stream 1 and later the Nord Stream 2, which is a natural gas pipeline that goes under the water. Here, let me pull Google Earth up here, show you. Okay. So here's Ukraine over here. Here's Russia. And then here is Germany. Now, because these are a bunch of NATO countries over here, and because of the ambiguity of Ukraine in this ongoing mess, what Russia did, it's roughly half or more of its GDP, its national GDP, comes from the sale from energy, from oil and gas. So what they did was they built a pipeline that goes through the Baltic down into Germany. Nord Stream 1. Nord Stream 2 was just completed this last year, but Nord Stream 2 has not been brought online because it requires Germany to certify. And it's like, I don't know, $9 billion, $11 billion project. So tons of money has been put into it. But largely this has been done because of the competition in Ukraine, Western corporations that have kind of gerrymandered the energy market over here using Western-backed oligarchs. And so Russia has said, well, all right, since you're not going to approve our transportation through here, let's just, go around. And from Germany, the gas can go into UK, France, Spain, everywhere else. It can be distributed. Well, all along during this, Germany has been in this kind of goofy position where, even though it's a member of NATO, and it is, as much as the UK might not like to hear this right now, Germany is kind of the big honcho over there, especially since the UK has since Brexit, since they've pulled out of the European Union. Germany's now top dog. And so Germany is in this bad situation where they don't want to lose the investment of Nord Stream 2. They like the preferred natural gas prices, the benefits that come from this economic cooperation with Russia, but at the same time, they're a member of NATO. And so the rest of NATO is like, hey, Germany, get on board. We all hate Russia. We're all sanctioning Russia. We're all trying to put the noose around Putin's neck because he's not giving us Ukraine. He's not doing everything that we want. And Germany's like, well, yeah, but, we've got our own economic interests here. And so they have been hesitant all throughout this trouble ever since, The 2014 annexation of Crimea, the Donbass war that's gone on for 8 years. Germany has withheld cutting off this, these pipeline deals. But yesterday, or maybe it was 2 days ago. No. It was yesterday, because it was after Putin recognized Donbass as being two independent republics from Ukraine. Germany said, okay, well, we are not going to certify Nord Stream 2. In essence, saying your $10 billion pipeline project is now dead, Russia. And that pleases NATO, that pleases the European Union, that pleases the IMF and World Bank and all of the Western bankers and the New World Order cartel. But it comes at Germany's expense. I would not be surprised if at some point in the not too distant future, Germany reneges on that and does end up approving Nord Stream 2 or certifying it. We'll see. We'll see as time goes on. It probably depends on how ugly things get in Ukraine. But anyway, just like nearly everything else that happens that's bad in the world, or at least bad in this part of the world, Europe and North and South America, it's about multinational corporations that are beholden to the international banking cartel. The wars are for control of these resources. It's all about profit. I want to make one other point. I was talking with one of my kids, teenage son. He's a junior in high school. And I heard him say something, and I have corrected it. But I heard him saying he's on the model UN club at school, where they represent certain countries and they kind of, debate diplomatic issues between countries, and it's interesting. But anyway, he came home yesterday and he was like, you know what? We can't let this Russia's going to spread communism if they take control of Ukraine, and we've got to stop the communists. And I was like, all right, somebody's been listening to Fox News, or somebody's been listening to the alt-right or to the neocons or whoever. But he said him and his friends were talking about it. And here's the problem with that. It's the same kind of limited thinking that led so many people to vote for Donald Trump, because they were determined to stop socialism. The words socialism and communism, there have been times in history during which these were real threats to America. The height of the Cold War, for example. But the problem, what has emerged since the 1980s, basically from the fall of the Soviet Union, it's a new kind of hybrid system. It is the merging of capitalism and communism. The Soviet Union fell because they were purists. They tried to be purists when it came to communism. They were true believers. But after the Soviet Union fell, and everything, all the resources, all the companies, everything got gobbled up by the Western capitalists, you start to see a big shift. One of the places you see a massive shift is over in China. China's, red China. It's a communist state, right? Yes, but they're also a capitalist system. You've got a communist government that manages a capitalist system. The biggest threat, and this is a problem that we saw emerging with the United States as well. I love capitalism. I think that true capitalism is for a nation, probably I don't know of anything better. when it's run right, when there is a degree of what? When it's primarily small businesses. When you have a society, though, that grows to the point where it's predominantly multinational corporations or mega corporations, you have a new kind of entity that no longer is concerned about the local community. It's concerned about just fleecing, because you then get these free trade agreements like NAFTA, or like the USMCA, the Trump's version of NAFTA that was written by Wilbur Ross, his commerce secretary, who was formerly a Goldman Sachs, a Rothschild banking agent. You get these massive free trade agreements where these multinationals, now they don't care about America. They don't care about Americans. They don't care about American jobs. They care about what can we do at the expense of the people of this country and other countries to make as much money as we can. And it does not trickle down. And you end up with this Frankenstein version of capitalism. I didn't used to think this when I was younger. I literally, in high school, was the president of the Young Republicans. I wore a necktie to high school. I carried a briefcase and had a picture of Richard Nixon in my briefcase. A framed picture of Richard Nixon. And I did that because I had seen Alex P. Keaton do that on Family Ties, and I thought it was cool. I was diehard Republican. Conservative, free enterprise, capitalism, loved it. But I have seen the pitfalls. I have seen when the system gets screwed up, how it hurts the people, how it exploits the people. And so that's the situation where we're in now. Small businesses are awesome. Small businesses, and I don't mean just like a couple employees. Small business can have a couple, hundreds of employees. It can be a big, what we might consider a big business, not a big, giant corporation. It's when these corporations take over, they screw us every single time. It's vulture capitalism. And that's the problem. And that's what they have in Russia today. That's what they have throughout a lot of Europe. That's what they have in China. It's a hybrid of communist rule guiding controlling the capitalist system for the benefit of the Communist Party. And it's bad. That's so this idea that Russia, they're going to impose communism on everybody. That's the old Soviet Union. You read Putin's speeches. Just this one from February 2022, just a couple days ago, 19 pages long. And then this one from July 2021 was 17 pages long. And he speaks out against the old systems. He blasts Lenin. He blasts Stalin. He talks about how the old system didn't work. Sure, there's a communist party still in Russia, but they're not they don't dominate. It's not like the old Soviet system. They are what China is and what we are. It's a hybrid of different systems. Basically, America has become not a republic, not a democracy. We're a corporatocracy. We have a system of corporatism. I first started learning about that from Ron Paul back in the early 2000s. He was talking about how America had transitioned from a Republican democracy over to a corporatocracy. Anyway, you have to have some morality, and since corporations have no more, there is no moral decisions. What matters to the corporation is one thing and one thing over only, and that is profit. Every decision made is about driving profit. Anything they say about, oh, but we give to the community and we're so good for the community, or like an oil corporation, we just ExxonMobil, we just love the environment. It's all platitude. It's all bullcrap. It's all propaganda. Anyway, let me go back over here and see if we got any new developments. Bear with me just a second. I need to go through my lists. And I'll bring it back up here in a moment, and we'll see if there's anything new. Things slowed down there for a while. We were getting the same stuff over and over. All right. Let's look at the latest updates. Police cars driving around using loudspeakers to tell people to get off the sidewalks and into shelter. President of Poland. Despite the efforts of the international community, Ukraine fell victim to the brutal, unprovoked, and unjustified Russian attack. Poland is extremely militant toward Russia. There's some bad blood there between Russia and Poland. And for good reason. For good reason. Some of it goes back to the brutality of World War II, when the Nazis and the Soviets split Poland basically in half for a while, and each side was committing atrocities. People started hiding in the Kharkiv metro. Let's see pictures here. I guess they're taking shelter there. I couldn't hear that very well, whatever it was we were supposed to hear. Biden just said, tomorrow I'll be meeting with the leaders of the G7, the United States, and our allies and partners will be imposing severe sanctions on Russia. We will continue to provide support and assistance to Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. Continue to provide it? What have you done for Ukraine? They just got trounced. Biden is such a weakling. Such a weakling. Biden says, he asked me to call on the leaders of the world to speak out clearly against Putin's flagrant aggression and to stand with the people of Ukraine. Zelensky reached out to me and I told him, hey, guy, sorry about that. Good luck. In Mariupol, someone, oh yeah, I know this person, Gherkin, says 4 injured, including 1 child. Ooh. These things are fast. To support Russia's military invasion of Ukraine, RF 93966, a long-range radar detection and air and control aircraft, took off from Belarus at 5 a.m. Kharkiv aerodrome is burning after Russian missile strikes, according to reports. Kherson airport on fire. This is why the U.S. has been encouraging evacuation for weeks. Watching this, considering all of the airstrikes going on, makes me unbelievably nervous. Russia temporarily suspends flights to a number of airports until early hours of March 2nd. Well, today's the 24th. Ukraine defense minister says enemy began intense shelling of our units in the east, as well as military control centers and airfields. Russian forces have targeted the Ukrainian Kobakino air base, where, Bayraktar TB2s are stored at.
Горит квартира. Какой-то 19-й дом, наверное. Юмовский дом.
Looks like this morning in Luhansk. 2 more strikes. This is Euromaidan Press. Local social media groups reported on the Lutsk military airfield being under missile attack. Yeah. This is what I was saying a little while ago. One of the websites I was looking at, Live UA Map. Website is partially down. Application is less down. U.S. Embassy in Kiev. We are aware of military engagements within Ukraine. Good, considering it's been going on for hours. We will continue to monitor and provide updates. Americans are encouraged to monitor this account and TravelGov as we issue updates. Of course, it looks like the U.S. Embassy is going to give you your updates 3 or 4 hours after they are useful, or would be useful. Let's look at footage of Russian airborne troops parachuting down to Kharkiv, Ukraine. Landing has been reported at around 8 this morning. Now, I'll tell you guys, typically attacks die down once the light is out. It's easier to target and bring down aircraft. So I wouldn't expect Russia to do much during the daytime. Maybe ground forces, movement by ground forces, but the airstrikes, I wouldn't expect to see a whole lot. And these are not paratroopers. I don't know what they're talking about. A person doesn't know what they're talking about. Those aren't paratroopers. So this is that air base we saw earlier. It was hit with cruise missiles. Home of the 203rd Training Aviation Brigade of the Ukrainian Air Force. They train pilots and navigators there. That's interesting. Air raid sirens going off in peaceful Kiev. Yeah, but this is also the same place where in 2014, the CIA mobilized thousands and thousands of extremists to get out there, infiltrate they had legitimate grievances. The people that got out there and were protesting, they had legitimate reasons to be ticked off and to be out there protesting. The problem is that is exactly the time that the CIA goes into action. You can hide in a crowd, and that's what they did. You get these people out there doing legitimate protests, exercising their freedom of speech, but then you send in these neo-Nazi agitators that get in there and start popping off gunfire at both sides. They shoot the cops, and then they shoot some of the people on the Ukrainian, on the civilian side. Each side thinks it's the other, and then you get the cops getting more violent with the people. You get the agitators inside, embedded inside these regular civilian protesters who get violent. Take that simmer up to a full boil, and it spills over. And then the decent people end up going home, and you have the militant people that stay there and engage in the urban warfare and set everything on fire, burn down the buildings, and overthrow the government. So, as you know, I think things would have been so much different today if the United States of America, our Central Intelligence Agency, our State Department had not overthrown the government of Ukraine in 2014. This is the blowback that always happens. And it's over 100 countries that we've done this to. And it doesn't matter who's in power. Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter. I mean, during Trump's time, Trump was gunning for, remember everything he was doing, trying to get Freemason Juan Guaido into power in Venezuela? Trying to overthrow Maduro. You know, they had finally, after years of assassination attempts, they finally got rid of Chavez. But then his vice president, Maduro, takes over and keeps the same nationalization of the Venezuelan oil going. Keeps the Western oil cartel out of, keeps their hands out of the Venezuelan cookie jar. So you gotta back a guy like Juan Guaido, a nobody, kind of like Zelensky, a nobody. But the difference is, Guaido had actually traveled to Europe and was trained by the CIA to carry out a color revolution. One of these, color revolution, he received the color revolution training and got back. That's what we do. And then we're surprised when they hate us for it. But that's the problem, is that the average American citizen does not know about this stuff. They don't know about it because Fox News won't tell them about CIA trying to overthrow Maduro. They won't, the Fox News isn't going to be talking about the CIA overthrowing Kiev in 2014 and installing a puppet into power. Certainly not MSNBC or CNN. They're not going to tell you the truth. And they're going to squash people like me by pulling our YouTube channels or suppressing. I mean, look at this. This is pitiful. 1,200. I mean, I love every single person who's watching. But 2 years ago, I had hit over 250,000 subscribers 2 years ago. And YouTube has been month by month deleting about 1,000 subscribers a month for the last 2 years. They have taken away the financial incentive to do this work. By the way, thank you, Boulder Angel. I see in the chat there, putting my PayPal link in there. Guys, I would love for you to toss a couple dollars in the tip jar. I ordered pizza for my kids yesterday. I tipped the driver. And that was after the regular delivery fee. Shoot, if you're going to if you give people a tip, toss me a couple dollars. No, I provide this free service. I'm not charging you for the pizza. I'm giving you the free pizza tonight. Just, a couple of you, if you toss a couple dollars in the tip jar, it gives me incentive to do reports on a regular basis, right? XFan420 Bush says, "Hey Jake, just joined the stream. Can I get a quick recap of tonight's events?" I'll give you a super fast recap. Vladimir Putin initiated a military operation that has carried out a lot of cruise missile, ballistic missile strikes against military targets in Ukraine, including in Odessa, which was where the Ukrainian Navy was. He pretty much has wiped out the Ukrainian Navy. He hit Kharkiv, which is the second largest city in the country. Took out a lot of the air bases. Also military targets in the capital city of Kiev. And is in this, basically set up at this point. He's got all of the forces that he needs to completely take control of Ukraine, and everybody is waiting to see what is he going to do at this point. Is he going to follow up by invading and taking control of the country? Is he going to maybe take just part of the country? Is he just going to back off and say, look, I've made my point. Look at what I can do. Now I'm just going to pull back to the Donbass region. By the way, that's mine now. We don't know what he's going to do. Things have leveled off a little bit. We're going to wait to see if NATO really has no justification to take military action, because thus far Putin has not attacked any NATO allies or anything like that. A lot of the forces that Putin had up in Belarus have participated in the attacks on Kiev. So we'll see. Right now, there are relatively low numbers of civilian casualties. Attempts have been made to only target the military targets, but there have been reports from the Ukrainian government of deaths in the hundreds, and almost certainly there's a significant number of civilians among those casualties. So we'll see. We'll see. Let's see. Let me go back over here and check it out, see if we got any more updates. Information about landings are false. Russia targeted airports and some strikes failed. I don't know there. The webcams of the Odessa Maritime Terminal do not record any military activity. I don't know. We spent the last 2 or 3 hours hearing tons of reports of amphibious landings there at Odessa. And official government reports, official reports from Ukrainian ministers saying that Odessa was under attack. So I don't know what this sudden rash of claims that there's nothing going on there. Just because the webcam doesn't show anything happening at the moment doesn't mean that it hasn't happened. Here's another one. Ukraine military says information about the landing of Russian troops in Odessa is false. This footage shows that Russian Air Force has conducted a seed dead operation. This is wreckage of a Kh-31P anti-radiation missile found in Kiev in use by Su-34 strike bombers. This missile can destroy radar systems of air defense sites from distance of 110 kilometers.
А вот с нее движочек, походу.
Reports of massive traffic jams to leave the city, officials advising to use trains instead. Incredibly, some people still walking around in city center like nothing is wrong. Yeah, that's the... I think we saw that earlier, that Iskander missile launch. This is Kiev. Now, a lot of these on this particular list, like Elent News, these are Zionist, these are hardcore Zionists, some of them. Babak Takavi, War Monitor, Apex, Elent News. These are mostly, several of them are Israeli. A few of them are just dual citizens with loyalties to Israel. And so they put a lot of bias into their stuff. What else have we got? Ukrainian military holds defenses and repels aggressors. Stay at home. This, like I said, Euromaidan, they are definite disinformation. Most of their stuff is total baloney. Blake Allen, I wouldn't be surprised if we have passed the thousands in civilian casualties at this point. Many Russian strikes were in heavily populated areas. They have a long history of terror bombing campaigns, which, of course, is completely different from what we're hearing from other sources. Intel Crab is also Zionist. U.S. national security apparatus is undergoing the single greatest test since 9/11. NATO to convene an emergency meeting. Troops crossing from Belarus. Ukrainian troops taking fire from both Russian and Belarusian troops. Tank scene rolling into Ukraine from Belarus. So any time now, I would expect to see the stuff that I outlined earlier with the maps. Again, go to twitter.com/Morphonios, MORPHONIOS, if someone can put that in the chat there. Go there and follow my Twitter feed. And probably after this stream is over tonight, I probably won't post much else today. But if you want to go back and look at what I've put in today, that'd be good. And you can also, I'll put updates in there tomorrow as well. Usually when there's an event like this or something similar, I typically will be posting a lot on Twitter before I go to YouTube. Ukrainian forces report that the Belarusian army bombed the Ivano-Frankivsk airport with long-range missiles. CNN now reporting that Belarusian troops joining Russian troops in attacking Ukraine. Ukraine Border Guards Service says Russian attack also taking place from Crimea, which is, on the map. That's what I had said was going to happen. Live Map says the president of Belarus gave orders to his army to integrate and cooperate with the Russian army in the invasion of Ukraine. Wouldn't surprise me that they play a role. They did just finish not too long ago their big war games, which was clearly, practice, trying to get these, the Belarusian army a little bit of practice in there so that they don't, trip and shoot themselves in the head during what's going on. This says columns of Russian military vehicles on the move towards Ukraine.
Вот так вот началась утка, блядь. Еще плюс там вот за огородом грады стоят.
Аэродром, походу.
Це не аеродром, аеродром там. У нас тут пиздец.
Чуєш, тільки що Єбать! Це аеродром, походу.
Це не аеродром, аеродром там. У нас тут пиздец.
So this says Russian airstrike filmed hitting the city of Lutsk, about 80 miles from the Belarusian border and only 50 miles from the Polish border. It's extremely worrying that Russian forces are already striking cities this far west. So that would be coming from over here, the forces that I've got over here. Let me see if I can find which ones they are. All right. So up here on the corner near Poland, 3 battalion tactical groups, including the 36th Motor Rifle Brigade and the 98th Guards Airborne Division, were down here. Then there were up here in Belarus at least 8 more battalion tactical groups. So these are the ones over here that are being mentioned. Russian airstrike would have come from this airborne division, the 98th Guards Airborne Division. Most likely. I mean, I can't say that with certainty, but that's probably it. Tanks crossing the Belarus-Ukrainian border. So they're going to be headed toward Kiev at this point. These are part of the forces that are here. You've got the 35th Combined Army, and then here the 36th Combined Army, and then up here the 41st Combined Army. And that includes the 90th Tank Division embedded here with the 41st Combined Arms. So phase 2, like I said, these 3 are going to push down to Kiev. And that's part of phase 2. Okay, so the action here, action here. And we've already seen some of this. But the up here around Belgorod, we've got the 2nd and the 6th Combined Arms Army. Down here, you've got the 20th Combined Arms Army. And then up here, you don't have a Combined Arms Army, but you've got the Tank Army and a pretty big group, the 20 battalion tactical groups with a lot of tanks. So these guys here are going to be pushing in to Dnipro. Any ground forces that they encounter here, they're going to either kill them or send them running. And after that, they move into phase 3. And also during phase 2, you've got these guys move in this way, and you also have the Crimean forces moving up at the same time. Now, after phase 2, after these groups have defeated any Ukrainian resistance at Dnipro, they're going to blitz over here to Vinnytsia. Is what I expect to happen. And again, here's the full map. Phase 1, move into Donbass. Phase 2, take control of Kharkiv, take control of Kiev, take control of Dnipro, and also make sure they take Odessa and Vinnytsia, because you've got the air command here, you've got the naval command here. And that's checkmate. They're not there yet, but that's the direction. So the tanks crossing the Belarus-Ukrainian border, that's what's going on. Let's read what the General Staff of Ukraine's Armed Forces says. Today, February 24th, at 5 a.m., the armed forces of the Russian Federation started intensive shelling of our units in the east and also launched rocket bomb strikes at the airports in Borispil. You can read these. I can't pronounce all these. And so on, through military objects of the armed forces of Ukraine. At the same time, the aggressor launched artillery shelling of the territory and settlements of Ukraine along the state border. The Air Force of the Armed Forces of Ukraine is fighting off the air attack of the tanker. The defense forces of the state are in full combat readiness, occupied and maintain defensive positions. The situation is under control. The information about the paratrooping of Russian troops in Odessa is not true. Now that I can agree with. What we were reading there earlier, people saying, "Oh, well, nothing's going on in Odessa." Yeah, the people out there are seeing the things in the air, saying, "Oh, they're paratroopers." I agree with that. They don't need to paratroop in. That'd be ridiculous. They'd get shot out of the sky there. But they did go in with the amphibious landing, and they've got boots on the ground. Russia's got boots on the ground in Odessa. Ukrainian authorities confirm they have been under sustained fire from Russian forces since 5 a.m. Let's see if this comes up. Yeah, that's not going to show anything. Webcam pointing in the direction of action. Ivano-Frankivsk airfield targeted in southwestern Ukraine, 100 kilometers from the Romanian border. Air raid sirens sounding now in Mariupol, eastern Ukraine, as large queues for cash machines form. However, some people are on buses going to work still. Whew. I guess if you need the money. But the run on the banks, if they can get the money out, that's what they're going to do. Marco Rubio. What a twit. One very concerning development is Russia has carried out a few targeted operations uncomfortably close to the Polish border. This is the danger of miscalculation and human error that can quickly lead to a catastrophic escalation. That I agree with. Air raid sirens in Ukraine. We've seen that a number of times.
А вон дрон висит или вертолет, наверное, дрон. Да, дрон висит. Да вон дрон висит, вон. Вон дрон висит, видишь?
Ukrainian Army Facebook page claims to have shot down 5 planes and 1 Russian helicopter in the Luhansk region. I don't know. That's hard to believe, especially when there's no nothing, no social media of any kind, not even claims of that happening showing up. I don't know. It's possible. Aerial view of the traffic leaving Kiev. So here we've got everybody trying to get out of town. Hitting western Ukraine, reports of Lviv air sirens going off and bombings in Lutsk. They got to be careful of this because if they go bombing over there anywhere close to Poland, if the CIA is in position and they can you know what the CIA is going to, what the brainiacs in the CIA would do is they'll set off a chlorine bomb over there in Poland and blame it on Bashar al-Assad to justify reigniting fighting with Syria. Probably the white helmets over there reporting on that. Ukrainian air defenses have reportedly downed an unspecified Russian jet to the east. Yeah, same thing there. Malovoy. Luhansk region have been lost to Russian forces. Cruise missiles launched by Russian Air Force bombers over Belarus hit their targets in Lutsk Air Base, where several Su-24M tactical bombers of the Ukrainian Air Force were on deployment, 100 kilometers from Poland. people in the subways, I guess. Ukrainian forces report that Russian troops have captured the town of Milov in the Luhansk region. You saw that one earlier. All right. Well, allies have been good about setting up refugee centers. I do hope that. I do hope that the NATO states, just the surrounding countries in general, I do hope that they have planned for this, for the refugees that'll be pouring across the borders. Some of them. Some of the borders. I do hope there's a strong humanitarian response to help out the people as best they can. Things to make the, to try and reduce the fear of the children, make sure they've got, the necessities, the things that people need, food, water, any kind of, medical supplies or whatever, temporary tents. It really just doesn't make sense that Putin has not said anything that makes it seem like he wants to, well, I don't know. It's hard to read some of what he has said in these speeches. Some of it sounds just, he comes right out and says, well, Ukraine, the idea of Ukraine as a separate nation from Russia is a laughing matter. Ukraine's always been tied to Russia culturally, historically, blah, blah, blah. And some of what he says is correct and some is historically inaccurate. But still, he feels like Ukraine's interests and Russia's interests will always be tied together, and any attempts to separate the two, especially by, Western interlopers who are trying to, flip Ukraine and become anti-Russian, that's something he's not going to stand for. But to go in and risk, I don't know. One thing I've not looked into is how likely it would be that this would turn into to urban warfare. If he does push down into Kiev, for example, if these ground forces go in, are the people going to rise up and fight? Do they have the weapons? Do they have the will to get into like in Syria, you see places like Idlib. Idlib was just wiped out from years and years of intense guerrilla warfare. But I don't see that as being something that the people of Ukraine, at least out west, that they would want. I mean, the people in the Donbass have been willing to fight. Some, certainly some of them have fled. Some of them have entered Russia. But a lot of the people are just, they've learned to live with it. Some of my best sources are in the Donbass and have been there since 2014. One of them, some of you guys even know one of them. I better not say his name, but you'd know who I'm talking about. A mercenary fighting with the separatists there. But I'm connected to a handful of people that have been giving me information off and on for years now. They are willing to fight, and I've seen the guerrilla warfare going on there as they have held off the Ukrainian army for 8 years. But in the process, I mean, every building, every house, every apartment complex is just splattered with either big gaping holes from mortars or just spackled with what is it? My brain's starting to get tired. It's late. With shrapnel. But the city folk in Kiev, I don't see them wanting that. So maybe it'd be like a scene out of, the Star Wars, The Phantom Menace, where the trade guild and their mechanized droid army just kind of does what Hitler did to Paris and just kind of pulls in with the tanks, and nobody raises an arm in opposition. Oh, what do you guys think? Put it in the chat there. What do you think the response of the average Ukrainian is going to be to this if Putin were to try and go in and take control and even install a new government? Sam asks, what's the end game, Jake? World War III? I don't think anybody wants World War III. I don't. It's not in anyone's interest. I mean, sure, there's some psychopaths out there who would, love it. But the vast majority of the people, they are, even these nutcases that are running things in the U.S. State Department and, the people in London, they don't want World War III. And that's why Biden said weeks ago, look, we're not going to go to war. We're not going to send troops in to fight Russia over a limited invasion. I would not be surprised at all if Biden and Putin have already talked through all of this. And they just put on a show, especially Biden, put on a show for the public to make it, trash talk. But behind closed doors, on their secure phone lines, they've already discussed, okay, Putin, what do you want? What are you going to do? Here's as far as we're willing to go. We'll let you take this. We'll let you do this. And we won't get in your way if you do that. I mean, that's what Iran and Trump did. After Trump, it was Israel. After Israel assassinated Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian general who was responsible for defeating ISIS throughout Iraq and Syria, Trump, of course, took credit for it because that was Israel had to have the USA's okay to do this because of they need the USA to cover for them in case Iran fights back. And so Trump being he's got to take credit for everything. So he takes credit for it. But at the same time, he was too stupid to know, wait a second, Iran is it doesn't matter if they get beat up in the end over this. They are not going to let you get away with that. They're going to strike back. And they did. And it was discussed with the Trump administration. Backdoor discussions. All right, Iran, they have to get their licks back in against the USA because they cannot let themselves take such a slap in the face like this and not respond. It'll weaken them dramatically in the eyes of everybody, especially, Saudi Arabia and so forth. So okay, here's what you can do. Here's some U.S. air bases. You can hit those. Don't hit the barracks. Give us 10 minutes notice or whatever, or a couple hours notice before you strike. Let us get our troops out of the way. You know, beat your chest afterward. Tell your people in Iran how tough you are and how you stood up to the great Satan. And, beat your chest, and we'll call it even. And I'm sure that Biden has done something like that with Russia. Backdoor dealing. Some understanding with Putin that you can go so far and we'll tolerate that. I don't know. Anyway. I'll tell you what I'll do here. Let me go. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. Let me go log in over here. I have taken a shellacking with a drop in support on Patreon. As many of you know, even when I post a video, my subscribers don't know that I've done it and assume that I'm never posting anything. So I need donations through PayPal are extremely sporadic. The best support that I get for my work is consistently through Patreon. And I understand you may think there's no incentive to sign up, but, if you want to see a heck of a lot more material from me, videos and so forth, I want to do it. But the time it takes to put into doing the research and making my contacts and everything else, if I don't earn some money from it, then it's too much time away from supporting my family through other means. So on Patreon, I'm way down on Patreon right now. I'm looking at it now, taking a screenshot so I can see where the cutoff is. I'll make a deal. If at least 3 of you out there watching right now sign up within the next, say, 24 hours at the most. If 3 of you sign up on Patreon to support me in the amount of $5 or more per month, then I'll do a random drawing for the 3 of you, or, if it's 4 or whatever, however many people sign up, I will do a drawing and give you a Blackstone cap for free. Free shipping, free everything. No cost to you other than signing up on Patreon. How about that? But I need it. I'd love to have at least 3 people sign up. So if one of my mods could put it in. Oh, good. Boulder Angel's right on it there. Patreon.com/BlackstoneIntel. Click that. And sign up. I'll do a random drawing. I will contact whoever. I'll contact the email address of whoever wins the drawing to get your mailing address, and I'll announce it on Twitter. I'll put the winner on, whoever it is that wins. I'll put it up on Twitter. I won't put your address or anything up on Twitter. All right. Go to patreon.com/BlackstoneIntel. All right, let's take a look here. Someone says that Putin just made a statement. Let's see if I can find anything here. Germany calls on Russia to halt military campaign immediately. All right, if anybody, I'm not seeing a link here yet to any statement by Putin. If any of you have it or know where to find it, then let me know. Oh, you know where it would be if they've got it is from TASS. Give me a second. I forgot about that. The Russian news agency would have it. Let's see. Give me just a second. February 24th. Here's one. Putin urges Ukrainian military to disarm. The Russian leader addressed Ukrainian servicemen, stressing that they gave pledge of allegiance to their people and not to the anti-national junta plundering Ukraine and victimizing the said people. The statement says, all the Ukrainian servicemen that will refuse to perform unlawful orders of Kiev and disarm will be able to freely leave the zone of military activities, Putin said on Thursday. He particularly addressed Ukrainian servicemen, stressing that they gave pledge of allegiance to their people and not to the blah, blah, blah. Do not perform their unlawful orders. I urge you to immediately disarm and go home. To make it clear, all servicemen of the Ukrainian army that will fulfill this demand will be able to freely leave the zone of combat action and return to their families, Putin said. All the responsibility for possible bloodshed will be entirely on conscience of the regime ruling in the territory of Ukraine, he added. That's just some serious statements there. Don't scare people with a nuclear missile just launched. All right, Warren Green. Let's see, Mark Edwards. I may have missed it. Sometimes these links get censored. I'm not seeing it. All right, let me look here, see if there's any other. Ukrainian president declares martial law across the country. The Ukrainian authorities are declaring martial law across the country, President Vladimir Zelensky announced in a video posted on his Telegram channel on Thursday. "We are declaring martial law across the country," he said. The Russian troops delivered strikes against Ukrainian military infrastructure facilities, Zelensky said. Russia delivered strikes against our military infrastructure and our border guard units. Explosions were heard in many cities of Ukraine, Zelensky said in a video posted on his Telegram channel. All right, let's see. See if there's any news, any new developments here on my Twitter list. Ukrainian official says hundreds of Ukrainian service members believed to have been killed in Russian strikes. Let me bring the screen back up so you can look at some of this with me. Shades of Kramatorsk with its iconic Smerch missile stuck in the ground. Some rocket, maybe a Smerch, can't tell, in Kharkiv. Thank you for the city correction, Rob. These aren't precision by any means. An air alert has been issued in Lviv. Another claim there. All these guys, though, these guys are all part of the same network. They're saying the same thing, that Ukraine's military has shot down 5 jets and a helicopter. I don't know. I still haven't seen anything to confirm that yet. Russia has apparently bombed the main airport in the capital of Ukraine. I don't think that's it. Oh, here comes a... Russian Ka-52 in Crimea. That's Russian-controlled territory anyway. In the vicinity of Kharkiv, looks like first GTA's fires, likely BM-21s, possibly BM-30s, engaged targets. There were initial reports the border was crossed, have not seen confirmation. Fact their long-range fires as engaging suggest need to soften up resistance prior to moving. I don't know. Ukrainian police say 2 villages in Luhansk region seized. I'll believe it when I see it. Russian forces in Luhansk claim kill on Ukrainian TB2. We saw that one earlier. Lukashenko is taking a massive risk by participating directly in this intervention. Prior to 2020, he was very wary of Russian adventurism. Now he's all in.
Ебать сверкает.
All right, well, this, let's see, let's translate this. Russian Army's rocket systems fire from Belgorod area. Crimean unit markings. Cruise missile over Kherson. Martial law has been approved by the Ukrainian parliament and has been put into effect immediately. 2 villages in eastern Luhansk region reportedly occupied now by Russian forces. U.S. Embassy. If you are outdoors, immediately seek cover in a hardened structure. If that is not possible, lie down and cover your head with your hands. If you're outdoors, lie down and cover your head with your hands. Timely advice from the U.S. Embassy in Kiev. Thank goodness for the United States. Thank goodness. What would they do? What would the people of Ukraine do without the United States Embassy? Well, I'll tell you, it's definitely slowing down. The not a whole lot of new stuff showing up. 2 separatist tanks and several trucks were destroyed in Luhansk, according to the Ukrainian Army headquarters. Hey, the metro in Kiev and Kharkiv are open free of charge as bomb shelters. Russian troops crossing Ukraine from occupied Crimea. Yeah, well, that's what they're supposed to do. That's this move here out of Crimea. What else have we got? UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson to hold Cobra meeting at 7:30 a.m. local time. The Cobra meeting. Maybe he'll have a meeting with Destro and Major Blood and the Baroness. The airbase in Ivano-Frankivsk is where a significant number of Ukrainian MiG-29s are based. Let's take a look here. Now this is the area that they're talking about. It's not as close to the border as 96 miles away. They make it sound like, oh, gee whiz, you're getting ready to hit hit Poland over here. Well, Poland's a good distance. I don't know that 96-mile mistake is very likely. All right. Thank you. I can see that that some of you have signed up on Patreon. Thank you, each one of you. I won't name names right now because there may be a couple more that'll sign up. But tomorrow evening, I will do that drawing and put up the winner on Twitter, twitter.com/Morphonios, and I will also email you to let you know if you're the winner. And in the event that you already have a cap from me, let me know when I email you, and we'll find something else. We'll find something else. Thank you for Boulder. Boulder Angel has put the link to Patreon back up there. Thank you. Sign up, get entered in the drawing for free. Blackstone ball cap, no charge to you, no shipping, nada. I'd love to send you one. All right, I'm going to check just once or twice more on a couple of these sites and see if I can find anything new. And if there's just nothing, then maybe what I'll do is end the stream and we'll do some more tomorrow. Let me look first. Oh, geez, these... His life map is definitely having trouble. Mykolaiv Airport is burning. Russian troops assaulting Shastia City. The Ukrainian army is responding. Russian Ministry of Defense claims that Ukrainian air bases and air defense has been destroyed. Ukrainian military says it shot down 5 Russian planes and helicopter in Luhansk. Tank columns have entered into Ukraine from Belarus. And I think that's about it as far as the new information from this source. Let me check one of these other ones. I do have subscription services to a few intelligence networks that I'm not going to put that on the screen, but I pay a pretty penny to get access to some of this. But let me look and see if there's anything I can share. Loading. In the meantime, air travel is still non-existent over Ukraine. Nothing there. Turkish Air Force flying weapons and supplies to Ukraine. Yeah, they're a unique situation. Because Turkey's a member of NATO, but they're also pals with Russia. Very awkward situation. All right, I'm going to try and check a couple streams here that I may share with you if I see anything going on. Nothing on that one. Nothing on that one. Center of Kiev looks nice and calm. What I'm doing is I'm just looking up. There's Odessa. It looks pretty calm. Here, let me pull this over. I'll show you. Here is, I'll make this, I'll enlarge this for a second, make it live. This is just a webcam in Odessa. Odessa, remember, is one of those port cities. This is where the Ukrainian Navy is based or was based. You can see what it looks like there. Cars running around a little bit frantic. Probably a handful of people. If it was me, I'd probably be out there driving around trying to get some footage or something. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find another stream.
Introducing remarkable.
This is another one in Odessa. From here, it looks totally normal. People walking around down there like nothing's happening. It makes you wonder if they even know that there was a bunch of airstrikes last night. Well, maybe they just don't care, Mary. Maybe it's no big deal. Another Odessa webcam. This is one we were looking at earlier. Doesn't show a whole lot. Looks like a pirate ship down there. Not a whole lot of anything happening there. Let's take a look at another one. Everything looks calm. Don't see any fires burning at night here. Pretty normal. That's not live. Wouldn't be dark if it was live. Yeah, that camera went dark for some reason. All right, last webcam that I'll put up here. Yeah, this is some big delay. That's not live. It's a couple hours old. But anyway, it gives you a quick look around some places in Ukraine. You can see that despite the war that's going on, most people are just taking it in stride and not much of anything going on. Common people are just going about their business. This is TASS, by the way. TASS is the Russian news agency. If you want to follow, of course, this is highly, skewed. This is the Russian version of events. So don't expect it to be neutral or unbiased. But if you want to get the, some of the Russian perspective on things, this is a major news service, kind of state news service. Putin declares beginning a military operation. You can read his words there if you want to. Some other information. Funny the way that they word this. Decision taken on denazification, demilitarization of Ukraine. This is Putin. I made the decision to hold a special military operation. Its goal is to protect the people that are subjected to abuse, genocide from the Kiev regime for 8 years, and to this end we seek to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine and put to justice those that committed numerous bloody crimes against peaceful people, including Russian nationals, Putin said in the televised address. Now, where he's getting that from is in his, when he gave an address on the 21st, a couple days ago, when he recognized formally the People's Republics of Donetsk and Luhansk. He mentioned in it, and I don't have it highlighted here to find it quickly, But he talked about this. He talked about how after from the 2014 coup, that some of these neo-Nazi groups, including the militarized brigades that, or maybe they weren't full brigades. Yeah, yes, the Azov brigade. But anyway, some of these brigades that were armed by Israel, neo-Nazis, literally flying the Nazi flag over their barracks. You know, I'm not like, oh, they're skinheads. No, they are actual fascist Nazis. Because of some of the atrocities that these extremists committed during the coup and after the coup, as they had gone out to fight against the people of Donbass, and there were some nasty atrocities committed. He was saying in this speech, Ukraine has never tried to hold these people accountable. And he said, the time may be coming that Russia needs to step in and do the job for them. And so today, his statement about how he's going to denazify Ukraine and go after these people, that's what he's referring to. There's probably a degree of propaganda in that, you know, trying to play it up. You know, the majority of the Ukrainian military and the Ukrainian people, it's not like, kind of like Antifa does not represent a large segment of American society, although there are a bunch of them, and they are coddled and protected by the liberals, or at least by progressives, just like the Proud Boys and some of the more antagonistic ones on the right side don't necessarily represent the views of the majority of the American people, but there's still a significant element that coddles them and protects them and tells them to stand back and stand by. You know what I'm saying? That's how this fascist Nazi element is in Ukraine. Same thing. They're not a majority, but there is enough people that that stand up and protect them. And anyway, the Luhansk People's Republic Army won't harm civilians in Kiev-controlled parts of Donbass, says the head of the LPR. All right, one final look here at the Twitter feeds that I've got. Missile targeted street in Uman, Cherkasy region. It's like the percussive blast from that knocked out some windows there in that pizza place. Video shows Ka-52 attack helicopter of Russia Air Force flying low over Luhansk. Russian attack helicopters have now left their bases and are headed toward fronts of the war with Ukraine to fight against Ukrainian army tanks. That'd be great. I would love to see that footage. The difference between the Russian military and even the United States military is that Russia, remember, Russia is battle hardened. They have been fighting a lot over the last several years in Syria. Boots on the ground, embedded with some of the Syrian forces. They're used to, they've been fighting. Their Air Force has been fighting. And you really do have an advantage when you have been exercising, practicing, when you're battle hardened. It's a whole lot better than taking a bunch of greenies who have never fired a weapon in any kind of live combat situation. We saw that. Oh no, let me. This says that there's a deceased child. Well, I'm not going to take a chance. I don't want to. Let me go past that. Because I don't want my stream to get in trouble. But it appears that there is a fatality there. Naval base of the Ukrainian Navy is burning near Odessa after being targeted by a Russian long-range anti-ship missile. See, we looked at those webcams, and they only show a tiny bit of what there is to see. Clearly, there's been some major military action that doesn't show up on those webcams. Initial strikes focus on critically important targets, air defense, command and control, logistics, air bases, airfields, but also large force concentrations. Russian ground forces appear to have crossed the border from Belarus, Crimea. This is a full-scale invasion. Oh, dang it. I swear I wish that was censored better. I don't think that it shows much, and it's the kind of thing that I would normally look at if I wasn't streaming, but I don't want to show anything like that in the stream. Russian tanks moving into Ukraine from Belarus. Copters again. 53rd Mechanized Brigade continues to suffer losses in Where is this? Give me a second. Let me look this up on Google Earth. Oh, okay. This is just down right outside of Donetsk. So it must be that if they are hitting Ukrainian forces here, what that means is that Ukrainian forces actually moved in to try and take. Or you know what it could be? Looking at this, they could be. It's hard to say. There's a line, kind of a demarcation line that runs through somewhere around here, and it's possible that Ukrainian forces were on their side. It doesn't seem like Ukraine would try and push in and fight Russia closer to the Russian border. But who knows? Oh, dang it. Sorry, I never made that live. Let me. Sorry about that. This is where it is over here. So you've got this is called the Donetsk Oblast. This is the Luhansk Oblast. This is now the Luhansk or the People's Republic of Luhansk, or the Luhansk People's Republic. This section is the Donetsk People's Republic. These are the two regional areas that broke away in 2014 that yesterday Putin said he recognized as independent from Ukraine. And because they petitioned, and I'll show you here, they petitioned him directly to come in. Like he didn't invade the governments of the People's Republics of Donetsk and Luhansk. Invited Putin to send in Russian forces to repel any attempts by Ukraine to come in. So it's kind of like how Putin was invited in to Syria by Bashar al-Assad, whereas neither Obama nor Trump were invited to be there. In fact, they were told to get out of Syria. This I had posted yesterday. These are just some of the people fighting, civilians that had joined up and become members of the separatist forces that fight to keep Ukraine, to keep the Donbass from being taken over by Ukraine. And this was more people, just civilians showing up, signing up to volunteer, not getting paid anything. They were specifically told there is no pay. You don't become like a member of the military, but you become, they'll set you up with, get you organized to fight, to protect Donbass. Major traffic jams on roads leading out of Kiev. Wonder where they'll go. Ukrainian forces on the move toward Kharkov front as Russian forces continue to target the main line of contact. I have no idea how many viewers we've got out there. Does anyone know? My stream says about 886, 884, or something like that. $887. All right, thank you guys. Yeah, so about that. And once more, if you have joined in just in the last little while, make sure you hit the thumbs up button. I would appreciate it. Damaged billboards, scattered debris. An hour ago, General Staff of Ukraine Armed Forces, Russia started intensive shelling of our units in the east, also launched rocket bomb strikes at the airports. Ukrainian army says they've destroyed 2 Russian tanks, several trucks at Shastya. President Zelensky says I continue negotiations with the leaders, receive support from the Emir of Qatar. The world is with us. Not really. Not really. As long as that's kind of like your friends standing around while you're laying on the ground and a bully is kicking you in the stomach and your friends are standing there. Yeah, they're with you. They're physically present, I guess. And if they're shouting at you, come on, get up, get up. They're with you in a way, but they're not with you enough to actually get in there and, you know, help protect you from the bully, right? So Russian army has launched the second wave of attacks at Ukraine. Yeah, I think that's an earlier video, but it does appear from some of this picking up again, some of the reports picking up again. It does look like they have, you know, there was a little lull there after the cruise missile strikes, the ballistic missile strikes, some of the air strikes softened things up. They moved into phase 1, like I show on my chart. Phase 2 is underway right now with the tanks and the ground forces moving up from Crimea, moving toward Dnipro and down toward Kiev. And then third wave, third phase. After they have secured those, they'll move into the other areas. Cruise missile. Hitting a depot. Shelves in Ukrainian stores. Well, people like Nutella. Doesn't look like they're too worried about Coca-Cola, though. And you know, for those of you who are preppers, like me, I've got a, well, I won't tell you where I have it. I don't want it stolen. I've got plenty of food and water. But what I found we had an ice storm a little while back, and it knocked out power. And I had backup heat, I had kerosene heat and a way to cook our food and everything. Well, one thing I found is that I didn't have enough comfort food, stuff that's just fun to eat for no good reason. I've got plenty that sustains us. And it's okay. It's not bad stuff. But just easy stuff. Stuff like Nutella, In difficult circuit. Now we've got hard candy, which I thought was going to be sufficient. But, after a while, having a couple pieces of hard candy just... it's good in your stash to have some stuff that's just stress relieving, good to eat, takes away some stress, some comfort food that's easy. Some of these people in the chat. Anyway. All right, let me see. What else have we got here? It doesn't look too bad. Look at that. They've still got water and things on the shelves. That's not bad. Where is this? Russian army missile hit a house, an apartment building maybe. I don't know. It's probably more likely like it hit around there and the concussion knocked out all the windows. tank treads. This is why I was saying back in January, remember I told you, I said Russia will have, the window will open late February is when Putin, if negotiations fail, when Putin would move in would be late February, because trying to move all of this heavy equipment, the tanks and everything, on through so much of this, it's not paved roads. It would bog down because of the ground is saturated. It'd just be a great big mud pit. So you got to wait until it's cold enough, has been cold enough for the ground to freeze hard so that the tanks can move through. And he had to do it now because it's after March, it turns to mud season. This was the time he had to do it. To avoid errors that Russia's military has made in the past, getting bogged down. Russia shelled these missiles into Kiev's Holosiev district. Heavy blasts heard. Russian forces reportedly in Lipsy, north of Kharkiv. Ground assault. It's got to be really psychologically traumatizing for so many people. To look outside and see this. That we've seen Kiev in the early morning today. Russian troops in Kharkiv.
Охуеть, блин. Что ты орешь, блядь?
Да
Что
ладно,
ты орешь,
всё,
блядь? Ты
успокойся, Олег,
ебало
успокойся.
завали,
Тут
блядь.
надо, блядь,
Чмо,
спокойно
блядь.
сейчас быть, блядь.
Алло, Димон. Русские военные в Харькове.
Unidentified destroyed tank near Sumy, north of Ukraine. Lipsy, Kharkiv region. Small Russian mechanized unit. Massive explosion in Ivano-Frankivsk after being targeted by a Russian missile. City has been hit numerous times.
Це гриб зривний, боже.
All right, and pretty much the same information. So not a whole lot else coming out. I figure maybe now's a good time to wrap it up for now. I don't even know how long the stream's been going. When did I start? Oh, we've been on for 4 hours. Time goes fast. Anyway, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Boulder Angel, thank you so much for putting all the links in there. That's such a big help. I sure do appreciate it. I think that I'm just going to go ahead and wrap it up for now and come back. Oh, great. My chat is locked up. Let me look at this real quick. There we go. Yeah, I think that more than anything, I have to pee. So that's the main reason I'm going to wrap it up for now. But anyway, on a serious note, try and be, to the extent possible, regardless of what your strong opinion is on this one way or another, whether you're pro-Ukrainian, pro-Russian, pro-whatever, help keep things civil in social media to the extent that you have some influence. Meaning, as we talk about it, people will say things that are just nasty, the way they say it. Maybe very heartless one way or another, or maybe just totally dumb and wrong. But we can exert some influence in our little circles that we interact with people. We can try and exert influence in a good way. So, bite your tongue if people get nasty. Try not to snap back if you can. Try not to, be insulting. Avoid the ad hominems, and stick to the facts as you debate and discuss. And maybe emphasize, if you discuss this stuff with friends or family or social media, that people in social media, that the number one thing to be concerned with is the people, the regular people there in Ukraine. You've got the people in Russia, some of whom probably do fear the fact that they've got all these missiles pointed at them from the NATO members. They fear what may be happening. They feel very badly about what is being done to their Russian cousins in the Donbass region, the way that they've been treated. But then you've got the Ukrainians. You've got, again, the Donbass, the kind of pro-Russian side, but you also have the pro-West side. Regardless of their views, I mean, these are just people. And I have friends from Ukraine, both American friends who lived in Kiev, but also Ukrainian friends who are they don't see, they cannot fathom how I can see any merit in any of Putin's arguments about security or anything. They're very staunchly against him and Russia in general. No, whatever. No problem. Care more about the people than about their positions that they take. Put people first. Remember, we're all humans. We all have our passions, and be cool. And thank you to all of you who have donated either through PayPal, or especially those of you who donated through Patreon. Like I said, watch for it, twitter.com/Morphonio. Sometime tomorrow evening, I will post the winner of the CAP sign up, CAP award or whatever. And Boulder Angel, I need to send you something sometime anyway. No matter what. You're so good to me. All right, everybody. God bless. Pray for peace in Ukraine and to help cool minds to prevail and bring this thing to a close just as fast as humanly possible, in a way that will preserve life as much as can be done in these circumstances. That's what I think. All right. Love you guys. Thanks so much. Take care.